Hey guys, it's been a while, but I bet you are a superpower, a superhero in your workplace, in your office, and that's why you're here. In fact, that is really the mission statement of Superpower Labs is to enable and to empower people that work in an office setting to be the office superhero or the go-to guy for really cool stuff. How to maximize technology, apps, Power Automate, whatever tools that we have at our disposal. It sort of makes us look like superheroes. And so the things that we're going to cover today, let me see if I can change the layout here. Let's see, something like that. There we go. I feel like that needs to be bigger though. There we go. I have a rough draft of what we could cover, and I'm going to be modifying this. And so I'll tell you right away, I do need to open up my live stream on the side because I want to see any comments, any chat. Let's see here. Oh, there we go. Great. I see Mark on and Dustin. Dustin says, maybe you should have only gotten one cam instead of the whole case. I'm not sure I get that. You have to explain that a little bit. All right. Super excited here because this really has been something that I've been working on for months. So you haven't seen too many live streams lately. And this is the reason. I was studying the blade. And if you guys aren't familiar with that, it's actually a meme. If you didn't catch the reference here, let's see. This is always funny. Okay. Let's see if I can make this full screen there. When you were partying, I studied the blade. When you were having premarital sex, I mastered the blockchain. While you wasted your days at the gym in pursuit of vanity, I cultivated inner strength. But each of these should have been the blade. I think that's the original. Now that the world is on fire and the barbarians are at the gate, you had the audacity to come to me. There are a lot of other variations of that, but that was the whole joke, I guess, or the reference that I was trying to use there. Okay. Now I am going to share with you guys. I need to lean back because I positioned the camera so I can lean back in my chair because 2 or 3 hours, I can't sit straight up like that. I'm 50 years old and I got a 50-year-old spine. All right, so I am sharing the link with you guys. Let me make sure that is okay. Yeah. If I go quiet, I'm just looking this way. I'm just looking at all the chats. Responding to Mark saying he got a case of the COVID. Oh wow, yeah, very cool. I'm pleased to see you all joining, and I sort of miss these live streams, and so one of the biggest pieces of feedback that I got for my live streams. And there's only like 30% of you, according to the YouTube statistics, that watch the live streams. And then there's a little bit more that watch YouTube Shorts and then everybody watches the videos, like structured video, a video that I upload. So anyway, the secret method. So I hinted at a secret. What is that? Now, Claude helped me come up with all this, and I'm going to be modifying it. So I would say is VS Code with extensions. There are a lot of extensions, guys, with the Power Platform. Yeah. So with extensions, and we are going to do it VS Code, and then we're going to use AI tools. And I will be showing you several of them, including the one that I value the most. But there are quite a few. Let's say multiple. And then after that, after the AI tools, we can create scripts. How about that? Now you might be wondering, what? No, I'm a Canvas apps developer. Why are we talking about scripts? But let me tell you others, and then I'll come back through. So Power FX, we've got Power FX flavored YAML. So there might be some differences in how Microsoft implements the YAML for Canvas Power Apps. So I'm going to put that, so that's why I say that. And what about questions and answers? What about Git, which is source control? There's a feature within Power Apps that a really good one they gave us recently, that will back up all of your Canvas apps into code repositories. And then you could clone that down to your hard drive and then utilize these tools to look at your whole project, because they're broken down in individual files. So I'd like to go over that as well. With Power Apps integrated Git. And there's a distinction here, because that's going to be your Power Apps. But what if you create a workspace where you do all of these things all within a folder that you use within, or you use with a Git repository, and you synchronize it to GitHub. Now you can make your Git repository private or public. Now I'll be talking about this a little bit later, but I'm going to call it, let's call it a GitHub, and it doesn't have to be GitHub. It could be, there's several others out there, but they're not as popular as GitHub. So I'm going to be focusing on GitHub, and I'm not going to say workspace. I'm going to call this repository to encapsulate all the above. All right. So what I'm going to do, I'm trying to think how I want to do this. Let's go with this. I'm going to mirror it. And we'll put it right there. Okay. And this is a great suggestion. Let's do a live poll on any pain points, any struggles that you've had, not only with Canvas Power Apps, Power Platform in general, but especially anything if you've ever tried this. And then just to let you know, we do have a school community. And for those of you who know what WAP is, we are not using WAP. I just need to, I've already begun the transition. Okay. So if you look here, here we have the insider membership. I'm really going to focus on the insider membership here in the foreseeable future. I do have another program called the Accelerator program. So if you were to click on this, it tells you all about it. The Accelerator program is more of a long-term. You get to meet with me every week, ask me questions, get guidance and feedback on your apps. And there's a lot of video content that isn't anywhere else that you can access on YouTube or within school otherwise. In fact, if you look over here, I have a completely different school for my accelerator students. So anyway, wanted to tell you about that. So we're going to be transitioning to this course. And you might see a payment link in the video for those of you who are interested. I know not everybody's going to be interested in it, but this payment link is there. And the pricing model, I should actually put the link there to school. Now, if you guys see this link right here, this is a link, a read-only link to these notes. So if you want to bring up these notes and monitor beside it, might be helpful. I don't know. So you've got that. And I am going to just get the root link here. And what I'm going to do is say school link. And this school link is completely free. This community is completely free. So just wanted to let you know that. And then what else are we doing down here? The school link, which I provided up there. Okay. And then I will share. I always like to document things as I go through all this stuff. Okay, so I'm going to take that. And I'll ask a question. Interested in, I'm making a change to the Insiders group, which is every member of the Insiders group has full access to all my courses, with the exception of the Accelerator program. And also those that have been in the Insiders program for a while, I have got a special deal for you, a promo code, because I'm changing the pricing model, because I got a lot of feedback on the pricing model. It has been $97 a month, and I'm going to lower it down to $25 a month, but the initial cost would be $247. So that is something where you pay a decent amount up front, and when I say decent, it's probably like the average cost of a lot of my courses. Most of them are $500 actually. So now you can get access to the boot camp, the Power Apps boot camp. It was a 5-day course. Coding in PowerFX, that's going to be included. My ticketing system course, that's going to be included. All of that, except of what's in the Accelerator. I'll say membership ? And there we go. There it is. So I'll show you what happens. So it's $247, and then that's a one-time, and then right after that, right now this is a manual process. I'd like for it to be automated. It will be not 25. I'm actually making it 24 a month. Okay. So I know most people don't like to hear about pricing and money, that type of stuff, but I just want to get it out of the way, so we can focus on the rest of the stuff. So I am married and I have 6 children, As you can imagine, I've got some mouths to feed. All right. So that is the main reveal. This is going to give you superpowers that nobody else that's doing Canvas Power Apps is using, unless they're seeing this live stream or they thought up of everything that I thought and implemented themselves. Okay. Now I'm not aware of everything that goes on the internet, so I'll just give that disclaimer. Okay, so I'm going to minimize that. We had the school link. Okay, now I'm going to go back. What is the process and tools to use? I'll make it like that. Now I'm going to make it bold, and I'm going to make it highlighted in yellow. All right, so let's focus on this. Now, what are some scripts that might help you as a Power Apps developer? Okay, the first one, okay, and I'm going to say PowerShell, okay? So we'll be writing PowerShell scripts. Now, we're not limited to PowerShell, but if you're running on Windows and you want to interact with Microsoft services, maybe you're on Linux or Apple, these things will still come in handy. So the first thing I'm going to say here, what about everything that's in the PAC CLI? What is the PAC CLI? It is the Power Apps command line tool. But sometimes it's actually called PAC CLI, where the C is actually this. And they've actually changed the P to be Power Platform, not just Power Apps, but it started off as a Power Apps tool. Okay, and that allows you to do a lot of things. So I'm going to say leverage the PAC CLI and other, I don't need a comma there, and other Microsoft, and I think there are 3, and I'll have to identify that for you guys, okay? So I'm going to look through things, make sure I'm up to date. Ellen says, long time no here. Yeah. Looking forward to this, but won't manage to stay for long. Will this be recorded? Absolutely. This live stream, as you guys know, 99% of the time, any live stream I do, I just leave it up. Okay? So it's always going to be there. I know people can't attend things at a certain time. So I adjust for that. When I sell a course, I'm like, hey, this is a 6-week course, whatever. I know you're not able maybe to make that time slot or be there every day. So I essentially record everything. And for the most part, make it available. If I'm streaming on YouTube, it's going to stay on YouTube. Okay. I think that I am up to date on this. This was Mark. His cat in a case of COVID-19. You know what you should do, Mark, is make sure that cat has fuel. You might know what I'm talking about. If you guys are interested in hearing what that reference is actually very funny, but I will refrain. Another piece of feedback that I get from people, it's constructive feedback. And really, I welcome all feedback, whether it's hostile or otherwise. And I ask myself, I wasn't always this way, but you guys are probably familiar with Kurt. A lot of times I talk about Kurt. He's my mentor, and he used to do the live streams and everything. But he would say, or he has this practice of, I was riding in a car with him one time, and this car cut him off, and the guy that cut him off honked at him, and I was in the passenger seat. And I was like, oh, I'm like, Kurt, you did nothing wrong. He was in the wrong. He goes, I know, but in every situation, I always look for what can I take responsibility for. And wow, that really stuck with me. So even if it's, and I think Microsoft has that policy as well. I notice if you start complaining to a Microsoft employee, they're like, thank you for that feedback. So anyway, I try to model that as much as I can. So we're going to leverage the PAC CLI. And just to finish what I was saying, another piece of feedback that I get is I go down rabbit trails like, I get distracted. I do have ADD. I'm on the autism spectrum. And I don't know. I'm 50. Sometimes I blame it on having a senior moment. So okay. So that's just one of the things we can do with this with a PowerShell script. What about automating SharePoint? Who all here uses SharePoint as a data source? Probably 70% of you. I did a poll a long time ago. Okay, so automating SharePoint. So, you can create sites and lists and everything. I actually created a project that will do that, and it's in Power Apps. If you guys are interested, if I see it in the chat here, I'll bring that up sometime in this live stream. Okay. Now, let me tell you about something about the PAC CLI. You can connect to a tenant and Power Platform environments. Now, why would you want to do that? What about getting a backup of every single one of your MS app, all your projects? So if you got 200 projects, I might have more like 500, but and not all of them are full projects. A lot of them are, making videos or whatever. You can connect to a specific environment and download all the MS app files quickly, or you leave it running and walk away, and then you connect to your other environment or your other tenant and do the same thing like I do. Okay, so that's huge. Download all. I always like to have a backup of any MS app file or Power Apps project that I work on. Always like that. And let me see here. I am okay. All right. Oh, you know what? I see Mark on as a panelist. Let me know, Mark, if you'd like to come on as a panelist. Mark is one of my top accelerator students, and he's a pleasure to work with. And by the way, if any of you need a Santa Claus and you're in, I'm sorry, Mark, I forget what state or county you're in, but he does Santa work, Maryland. If you're in Maryland, Mark, give me your link to your website if you would like for me to let everybody know. Okay, so we can download the MS app files. And I would imagine there's all kinds of things. And as we go through the live stream, I will update that because things will come up. Okay, so Tony says, yes, please cover the organization. I'll bring that up. Put that over there. Please cover the organization of the files and migration. So I think what you're talking about is this last thing, the downloading. I assume that's what you're talking about, Tony. And what I'm going to do is I am going to share, if you're in the state of Maryland, or surrounding area. Mark, I don't know how far off you travel. But look at this. That's Mark. Mark has a lot of skills. He can ride on a unicycle. I know that for a fact. Not everybody can do that. All right. Automating SharePoint. Okay. And there's just, again, many more. Talking about organizing your MS App files, you could have a script. Let's say you've got 300 MS App files. It will go through and categorize them, and and you don't have to write any code. Some I want to let you guys know. Let me go up one. Where did I have all the tools? Yeah, here. Okay, so at the get-go, I probably should have said this much earlier, because maybe people, clicked off, to a different YouTube video because they have no interest in being a developer or a computer programmer. And what I would say to that is, if you're programming in PowerFX, you are a programmer. Okay, so EML VS Code. I mean, we could have a project that uses C#, Rust. Rust is one that has become a favorite. And I don't know how to write a single line of Rust. I do know how to write some code in C#, but I can't assume anybody would want to learn that. You could create PCF controls with TypeScript. And you can do advanced programming in C#, okay? But you don't have to know how to write a single line of code, because AI will do everything for you, okay? Okay, so I'm going to do that. And all right, set up a configuration. I'm going to step you guys through this. I want you guys all to follow along. That's actually not the first thing I'm going to do. The first thing that we need to do is download VS Code. And I would suggest, even before you do that, create an account with GitHub. Okay. And we're going to step through all these things. We will install those extensions, absolutely. And I'm going to tell you about, some of these I don't even use. I had been using Copilot for a long time. We're going to start off with that. I've used Cursor, and I never used any of its features, and I've never looked into Codium. So what do I use? I think the absolute best one is Claude Code. And I would say there are a lot of close seconds, and in some cases better than Claude Code. Sometimes Claude Code can be very frustrating, but Gemini CLI. Okay. And even when I say command line interface or a terminal window, you don't even have to know how to do that. A lot of times I go to Claude Code and I'm like, hey, write a script that does this, and it writes it, and then I'll say, okay, execute it now. Guys, we're going to have a lot of fun. Gemini CLI, there is, what is OpenAI? And I'll say open, oh, it's Codex. I just saw it. Okay. That one is very good. And another one that I'd put up here, I will probably suggest using, okay, this is GitHub Copilot, not Copilot within the Power Platform, like the Copilot Studio and all that. Okay. Although eventually I think I'm gonna do some videos on the Copilot Studio. But if you look at what we have here, you'll probably understand why I don't spend a lot of time with the Copilot. So anyway, we got Codex, and I'm going to move this one almost to the top, and that is Kilo Code. And I will say, I would put that up here. All these tools are very, very good. Now, I'm gonna recommend a service. And what I would suggest, this will only cost $5. That will never be spent if you follow my directions. Okay, so I'm gonna say open router. I think it's .com. Okay. Yeah, I was hoping I was logged in. That's good. Where is the pricing? I can tell you exactly what the pricing is. As long as you have money on your account, you can use it. Now, if you want to use a really high model, and when I say high model, this max plan costs $200 a month. So, as you can imagine, I find that tool very valuable, especially because you get access to the Claude code. They have a $20. Let me open up this because you guys might be interested. And I'm going to go to Claude. And you know what I could do is I could just use my Gmail to show you. Let's see. Oh, I can't move that off. Yeah, I don't have my password manager and everything. I just want to learn more. Okay, here's pricing. There we go. Okay, so Claude is free. If you want to use Claude code, you're going to have to see this includes Claude code. $17. Now, I need to look into that because I'm paying $200 a month. So what you'll find out by using this one, and for all I knew, it was 20. Maybe this is if you go annually, So anyway, what you'll find is you might run out of, and there's no credit. If you have access to it, you have it you could use it unlimited, but they do have some limitations built in. So like every 5 hours, you can only use it so much, So I never wanted to experience that, so I went with the max. Okay. Minimize that. I'm going to stay on topic here. Open Router. The trick with the Open Router is you create an account and you put $5 on there. And then what you do, there's actually a lot of free models to use. So you could tie into that. And so anyway, let me go back here. And here's the GitHub link. Okay. So we will, I wonder if I could switch to light mode. I use light mode all the time so you guys can see my face. So I'm going to sign up. Okay. So follow along. Just go to github.com and sign up if you haven't already. And I'm going to use an email. boss. I'm gonna have the boss enrolled. So I'm going to say superpowerlabs.co. My password. Okay, that's good. So I'm going to show my password here. Let's do something like that I'll remember. And I'll call this Boss Darren. And I'm in the US, receive occasional. No, I get that through the other account. So I'm going to hit create account. And what I will tell you, it's very important that you have a GitHub account, because there are a lot of times when you want to use developer tools and you can use GitHub as like a login, and it's pretty good. And then Ray says, need C# for custom connectors as hitting limitation of Canvas apps and Dataverse Daily. Be interested in a bug fixing through AI. Absolutely. Ray, if you could send me an email as soon as you can, I will take a look at it. And if I have time in this live stream, I'll show you exactly how to do that. And now I need to check my email here for a code. And it hasn't been sent yet. So I want to resend the code. For some reason, I never get the codes the first time through. And by the way, if anybody wants to email me, use, hold on a second here. Okay. Okay, so that's the email. If anybody ever wants to email me, that is the best email to reach me. Okay, now let me see if I got that code. Still have, okay, there it is. It finally came in. All right. And I'm going to sign in as Boss Darren. Okay, look at this. So this is all very important. Okay, wants me to update my profile. Really don't want to do that right now. So the first thing I would recommend doing is create a repository. Okay. Now let me show you an example. GitHub Power Apps Darren. I've got a repo for all my PowerFX snippets. So if you want to see, you want to paste YAML over to your Canvas app, I already have a lot of YAML stuff, and I've got PowerFX code in here, tons of stuff. And mine is public. You don't have to make yours public if you don't want to, but I recommend, for the purpose of today, create one for, you call it whatever you want. And I think it would be useful if you did make it public and make it available to everybody in the world, and if people really like your code, find it helpful, you might find that you've got more opportunities coming your way because people like how you do something, So what I'm going to call this, you might want to say PowerFX snippets or code snippets or whatever you want. Now I'm going to call this, I'm going to call it Super Power Apps. And I'm going to call it It's super because use AI. Okay, I'm gonna make this public for you guys, and I'm gonna leave everything else alone. And I'm gonna hit create repository. You can always add this stuff later. There we go. And then you've got instructions for when you get VS Code going. Okay, so let's go download VS Code. So I need to make sure you guys have all these links. And I want to call this important links. Now I want to make that red. There we go. I'll say Darren's new repo. Most people don't even say repository. They say repo. Has nothing to do with the repo man. All right, so there's that. No, it's not that. Let me go get that. There we go. There we go. I'm gonna move this over here. I might do something like that. Okay. And I'm going to clean up anything. Oh, you know what? I would like to share this link with you guys. And this is Darren's PowerFX Snippets. And it didn't even give me the URL. It gave me the title of it, which is, I don't always like that, but whatever. Superpower apps. And this is what we're going to use for today's session. So if there's anything we do today together, you can always find it here. All right. Now we need to download. Oh, yeah, that's what I wanted to do. That's why I started talking about links. Well, that's pretty important. Let's put install VS Code. There we go. And as you can see, it doesn't matter what operating system you're on. Me personally, I'm moving all my personal computers and everything over to Linux. There's been some things with Windows. Every time I create a beast of a system, and when I say system, like a computer tower, it's just a matter of months before it starts slowing down, and I'm just tired. I'm just tired of it. And I'm loving Linux. So anyway, let's download this for Windows. Okay, there we go. I'm going to click open. Maybe. Would you like to install VS Code for all users in the system? Sure. I like it installed globally on the system. You know, you might create another profile, or, you know, everybody needs VS Code. That's one thing that I want to share with you guys. If you use notes apps like Obsidian, or anything else that's good, create a repo out of it, and you've got to make sure it's a private repository if there's private information, and just use VS Code for that. And I can show you an example of that if you guys are interested. All right, so I'm going to install it there. This is important. Let me see if I've got my, whoops, there we go. You want to check off those two under other. And I will show you why after we install it. I'm going to hit next, install. It's preparing to install. Okay. Now, what's our next step that we have here? VS Code. And, okay, we got the VS Code. Okay, Git or GitHub. And we might need to install Git, but we'll see. Where is it at? There it is. Launch it. All right. Now let me show you. This is a operating system. It's Windows running inside of a Docker container. Now I don't expect anybody to know what Docker is, but if you look into it, it's a way. It's usually used by developers, and out in production, something doesn't work. And the developer says, well, it works fine on my machine. So it's sort of like taking something on the developer's machine that works perfectly. That's just, I don't know, maybe that's how it started. I doubt that's actually what happens, but it's a really cool tool. I recommend that you install it. Okay, so I don't like dark themes. Let me see if I don't have to modify that right now. Okay, we got VS Code. We created this. Oh, I wanted to share with you my file structure. So this is a Docker container. It has Windows installed, and there shouldn't really be anything in this. Okay, I'm logged on as boss. How much space do we have? I only gave this Docker container 64 gigs of space. So anyway, if you go into the C drive, there's hardly anything here, which is what I like. Now you see there's my profile right here. And if I click up here, it should, I always configure Windows to do this. I don't want file types hidden, okay. But there is something where it actually I'm not going to waste you guys' time looking for it. Look at this. So I'm going to right click here. I want to tell Windows 11, show more options. Oh, look at this. Open with VS Code. Now, how cool is that? And yeah, I trust myself. Let me see if I can do a Control-Shift-P, and I'll say theme. I'm not seeing my theme. Oh. So what I need is a light for right now. Look at that. That really lit up my face here. Okay, so we've got that. And if you got a bunch of TXT files, Markdown files, whatever, this is amazing because it allows you to see the files very easily. Now, what I always do is I create a folder, SRC. And the reason why I do that, most people do, sometimes they call it dev, but I like how short it is. So that will be our folder that we'll do everything in. So I could go in here and say open folder. I'm going to go find boss. There's source. And here we go. So I'm going to have it Wow, I messed that up. Open that. Updates are disabled because you're running user scope installation. I thought I didn't do that. Well, I don't want to see that again right now. Okay, so this is where we'll put all of our source code. All right, so now if you want to copy on your hard drive of all my PowerFX snippets, check this out. Open with GitHub Desktop. I would highly recommend that you install GitHub Desktop. Actually, I want to make sure that you guys have the link to that before I go through this. And it's a great app to manage your repositories. It works with Git, works with GitHub. It allows you to copy down repos. The technical word for that is clone, by the way. Come on. All right. Check the setup. Now, what I wonder, I had to get this working because you guys are following along and some of you might be having the same issues that I am. So I'm going to say VS Code download for system. So if you go in here, I believe these are set up. Oh, you see user install. And this next one is system. So I'm going to hit start and I'm going to say uninstall. Take one step forward, two steps back, right? I'm going to uninstall that and make sure I have all those windows closed. There we go. Okay. Now that shouldn't, I guess I didn't uninstall it. Okay. It was removed, and now we're going to reinstall it. And again, make sure you check off those two. I knew there was a reason why I always like to install the system version. I think the user version is great for people at work where they don't have administrative access to the computer. I think it installs just fine like that. Trivia question. What coding language was used to create VS Code? Anybody know? JavaScript. JavaScript. More specifically TypeScript, but okay, I'm going to say, yeah, open up that source folder. And this is where we'll put all of our repositories. And then we can open a separate one for each repository. That may not be something that seems important at this point, but if you have a lot of repos, I've got hundreds. I almost want to see all the repos over in the sidebar. Okay, so I don't need that anymore. I don't need that. And I was and install Git for Desktop. This Git for Desktop is fairly important. And for some reason, there's no Linux version, so I got workarounds for that. Anyway, and the workaround pretty much being I guess I'm gonna have to bring up my other GitHub. There we go. Click on code, and if you don't have this option, download a zip. And then you have it, but you got to extract it and all that stuff. So there was an error while installing the application. Check the setup log. Okay, well, let's go look at the log. First thing I'm going to do is install this guy. Okay, look at that. I've got one repo here. If I click on it, I can clone it, and it's going to ask me where I want it. And let me go back over here, go to source, and I'm going to go up here. There we go, full path. And then I'm going to hit clone. And look at this. You get a button right here. Open in VS Code. That did not do what I wanted it to do. Okay, so I'm going to delete that. And what we're going to do different. Let's see here. Let me open this guy back up. And I'm going to say clone again. Did it put it where I wanted it to? Probably not. So it's no big deal that it's here because we can create a folder here. My folders for repos, I always have them in lowercase, separated by dashes. That seems to be the best practice or what everybody else follows on GitHub. So super power apps. And then I'm going to move that Git folder right down there. Okay. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to close down this window for now. I'm going to right click on this, show more options, open with code. There we go. Oh, looks like we haven't downloaded Git. So yeah, the first time there's a few things to install. I'm just gonna be honest with you there. All right, I'm gonna add this as a link. The Git version control app. Okay. So sometimes people get they get Git GIT confused with GitHub. They're not the same thing. GitHub is like a remote storage for code repositories. Now it's integrated with Git, GIT. But yeah, you should download this. Now I'm gonna click on this link and see if it's good or not. Oh, it just takes me there. All right, so you see you can download this for Mac, Windows, Linux. Click here to download. Now I always like to see these other things. I guess I'm going to do that one. Let's see how that works out for me. Okay, and that's fine. Yeah, why not have it on the desktop? Check daily. That sounds good. New, add a Git Bash profile to Windows Terminal. Absolutely. All right. There's Git. And let's put that in the settable create the program shortcuts in the following folder. Oh, it says don't. Okay, I do want it. Now this is something. The Vim editor, while powerful, can be hard to use. Yeah. Its user interface is unintuitive. Okay, so that is the default. And what you want to use instead is, VS Code. So I'm going to go find that one. That's the one I want. Next, adjusting the name of the initial branch. You don't want to go with master because that's become politically incorrect. So I never do that. I'm going to pick this, and this is what people usually use, which is main. And what is that? Well, it's a little more information about using Git, which we can talk about later. I'm going to hit next. Get from the command line, GitHub, and optional Unix tools. Ooh, I sort of like that. Yeah, I want to stick with that one. Okay. Bundle, open SSH. Yeah, I haven't installed SSH yet, so that's good. I'm going to leave that as the default. How should Git treat endings in line files? Like, is it a carriage return? Is it a line feed? Is it both? I'm going to leave it as Windows style. I don't know. That's fine. I don't really think that matters too much. Now you want to use your own terminal. And I'll show you what I think is the best terminal to use. Rebase, only fast forward. I want to keep that as is. Okay, I'm going to go with the default on that. We got caching, symbolic links. Now that's actually important because I learned about symbolic links relatively lately, and they're amazing. It allows you to mirror files. So you know how in Workflowy, inside here I have like reveal. So I mirrored it over here. And if I make a change in either place, it's like editing the same file. That's what symbolic links are. My understanding, of course. Okay, where's the thing here? Okay. All right, I'm going to hit install. You know, all the options that you have to pick from take up more time than actually running the install, unless you just click next, picking all the defaults. But if you like what I'm going to show you today, and I haven't showed you the really exciting stuff yet, you'll want to become familiar with Git and a few other things, and maybe I could do follow-up videos on specific things that you guys want to hear more about. And I don't want to see the release notes. I just want it installed. So hopefully I can just close these windows down. And I'm going to go back over to this. And I'm going to hit, listen, you're looking at the wrong folder. There we go. Very good. All right, close that down. Okay, so here's something else. Hopefully I've got the link here, but if not, yeah, there it is right there. Okay, we don't need that anymore. So if you like my snippets and want to copy, you can fork it, which means you get everything, and then you do like a diversion of like your own code. And the great thing about forking, some people that create repos like, man, why'd you fork my repo? Because I mean, you could fork it. You look here under the MIT license, it's probably one of the most, or the most liberal rights given to you to use this. So you could fork this and start selling it. There's nothing stopping you from doing that. So when you see an MIT license, you never have to worry about licensing anything or paying for anything or having to do anything. There are some licenses that require that you give credit to the original developer and all that stuff. But typically people appreciate the MIT license, and that's why I picked it. So go in here, and let's say you want to do your own, tweaks. So there's been 8 people that have forked it, which is, I feel like that is a compliment. All right, so I'm going to call it PowerFX Snippets. What I do when I fork something, I say my Power Apps Snippets. So if I ever see that, I know that it is a fork. What are all these links? I'm seeing constant contact. What is that? That's weird. So we're going to create a fork. And now we're going to see that as a repository in our own GitHub account. Okay, so here it is. And it says it was forked from this. What's nice about this is somebody finds your repo and you're like, wow, I wonder where this came from. They can click on the link and see where it came from. So if you go to your profile, you'll see that I've got 2 repos, one that I created and one that I forked. Okay, so now I'm going to go to this one, and we're going to make sure we have a copy of it on our computer, on our hard drive here. So I'm going to open that with that. I'm always going to allow github.com to use the GitHub app. And let's copy the name of that. All right, I'm going to create a new folder. There we go. Double click. And let me see here. Select the folder, hit clone, Now, let me show you something that you might really be interested in, okay? Okay, when you fork something, it's going to ask you, do you want to contribute back to the project? So if you got a cool code snippet or several of them, and you want to offer it to me to be included in my repo, you would pick this first one. But I'm going to say for our own purposes. Okay, so you just create your own tweaks and everything. The beautiful thing about a fork is you can always sync with the original, so you don't lose anything. All right, so we've got that. We've got both of those. And let's add some things. Now, when we created this repo, it gave us this. This is important. You could create a new repository from the command line or push an existing. Now, this, because I see, if you ever want to remove a folder from Git, not have it be a repo, you just delete the Git folder. And that's what I want to do. Because you see this Git init, it creates it as a repository. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this. And I'm going to show you this. I'm just going to create a new file. I'm going to paste that. And then I'm going to explain what all this does. Okay, I'm going to hit Control tilde. Tilde is right beside your 1 key on your keyboard. And we are using PowerShell here. Okay. Now, look at this. We do have Git bash. I'd like to use that. So anyway, now this stuff should work in PowerShell just the same. But because I've been using Linux for the past few months, I prefer something that works like it. So echo means print to the screen. So if we would copy this and paste it down here and hit enter, and it would run everything. So it's going to show this text, but it's going to add it to the README. And I'm curious if it had a touch in there. No. Okay. So it's going to create the README and put this inside the README file. And if you don't know what an MD is, that's a Markdown file. It's a very human readable type of format, which you'll see here. Git init creates the Git repository. Then we'll add, not every file in this folder will be a part of your repository. Now what I do within a script, a pound sign is like doing a comment, okay? Git add, what I do is I put a dot, which means add everything. Especially when you're starting out. You want everything, and then you could create a file called git ignore, which will exclude specific things. Okay, so yeah, this is going to be, so there's different stages within Git. So you add, well, create repo with the Git init. Okay, after you do that, I'll say Git init. After you do that, you do a git add dot, or you could just do one file. And then once those are added and you want to save it, you're going to save it back to GitHub. What you're going to do is, there is a staging process, which you can stage files to be committed. Most people don't even mess with that. So you can, I just want you to be as well informed as possible dealing with Git. And then there's the commit. A commit doesn't update the remote repository. The commit is you're creating like a checkpoint or a freeze point. Like you can always go back to that. So I always commit often. And I'm gonna put in here snapshot, like a snapshot of your code. So if you work all day and you never do a commit and you mess something up and undo isn't working or whatever, then you've got a mess on your hands. If you do a commit once an hour or something, then you're generally safe, you know. So we got a commit that does a snapshot, and you always will have, I'm going to do 2 parentheses here, a message. Okay. Now, if you look up here, we commit it. I don't remember what the -m is, but we're saying, hey, this is the first commit. Remember when I said, hey, don't use master, use main? So it's a branch, and I can show you more about branches later, but you definitely do want to do this. Then you add the URL of the repo that you have in GitHub. And it's going to establish a link. It's not going to push it, okay? This line pushes it up, okay? So you've got a commit. Then you've got, now you adding a remote is just one thing. You just do it one time, typically. At this point, you do a push. Okay. And by the way, you can ignore the staging. All right. Now I'm going to hit Control S here. And I'm going to say, make this a Markdown. Actually, it doesn't matter at this point. I'm just going to hit save. And it should make it go over there. And let's create this as a README. Every repo should have a README. And what I've seen is everybody makes it uppercase. I guess because the README is really important. Okay. So what I do with a README file, this is a Markdown file, which means if you want a heading, you use the pound symbol. And I always just say, README. Okay. And in Markdown, if you do 3 dashes, you'll create a horizontal rule line. So I like to keep all this stuff nice and organized. This is my first repo regarding Power Apps. And you know what I might do? If I can find my browser here, I can get rid of that. Another useful repo can be found here. Now, you can do links. So this is much more readable than HTML, right? And with a plain text file, you can't have very much formatting. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to put brackets around this. I'm creating a link, by the way. And then in parentheses, I put the link. I'm going to hit Control S. Now, can I see this rendered? No, that's where extensions come in. And I like my extensions to be high on the list. Okay, and in here, I'm going to say Markdown. And you are going to see hundreds of Markdown extensions. Here's an all-in-one that has several. I think that I actually do use that. Markdown preview GitHub styling. I really like that. And you can see how many people have used this, 2.3 million. But look at this, all-in-one, 11.5. And I'm imagining, I'm gonna hit Control minus. Oh, it supports a lot more things. Okay, so I'm gonna install that. I'm gonna trust the publisher. If millions trust it, maybe I can trust it as well. And most times people create extensions and they are repos on GitHub. Okay. That should be installed. I do like this lint thing. What lint does is it makes sure that your code doesn't have a smell. They call it code smell. Like your own style or whatever. Let's say you put a bunch of like carriage returns between things. The lint thing is going to come in and say, hey, don't do that. I like it. 9 million people can't be wrong. And then I'm going to go, I want the one that has GitHub. There it is. So look, this is an example of one extension has several. So I'm going to hit install. Okay. Now I can go back to my file, get rid of that. I can right click on this or right click on this. There we go. Control Shift V. Okay. Control Shift V. Didn't work for me. That rhymed. There we go. So if somebody looks at your README on GitHub, they're going to see something much better looking than just plain text. Okay. So that's sort of important to have. All right. We have a README. Now let's go over all this code that it told us that we could do or recommends that we do. So do we already have Git initialized? So I'm going to go down here into the terminal and I'm going to say Git. Don't make the mistake of doing GET. So I'm going to say Git status. And what's the status of this Git? It's not a GitHub repository. Okay. Let's do Git init, which is what they recommended that we do up here. Git init. That will create a GitHub repository. So there we go. And then I'm going to say add everything. Now, the only thing that's in there is README. So, okay, use that. With terminal windows, a lot of times you can't copy and paste and you get frustrated. What you do is you hold down Control Shift V. There we go. That's how you do it. Okay, so added my README. And we could do our first commit. Now, I typically don't do this. I will add this, though. Control C, Control Shift V. And I guess I hit it twice. Okay. Once. All right. There we go. I'm going to add it. It just creates a link. It doesn't push anything yet. And at this point, what you should see, this is our source control. I'm going to move that up a little. I'm going to bring down the search. And then a lot of times I don't even use that, but I'm going to uncheck that for now. Okay. Download Git for Windows. I already did that. Reload. Okay, here's where it goes. So this is where it makes Git easy. So look, it automatically staged it for me. Okay, very good. And it's going to allow me to commit. Okay, so instead of having to type all this out, you could go in here and I say, oh, I just created a README. Okay, do I recommend doing that? No. Look at this little thing up here, generate a message, and it's going to use Copilot. Now, I believe Copilot, me being an MVP, I get like a free license to like the professional version, but I'd say a few months ago, they opened it up so everybody can have a free account, and perhaps has limitations. I don't know because I don't use that one. And yeah. Okay, so I'm going to continue with GitHub. You'll see how important this GitHub credential is because it integrates a lot of developer tools. Let's see what it does here. Yeah, I was hoping it would just open what I already have open, and it did. Okay, so now we have this thing over here. It's AI, but look at what it did. It created this for me, so I don't have to type anything. I just click on that, and then I click on commit. And it's telling me my README file hasn't been saved yet. So I'm going to hit save all and commit. Now let's push it. So pushing, okay, now I got to log in again. Okay. Okay. I don't know if it's going to show me anything or what. Okay, looks like we're back here. Very good. How do you get to this AI chat with that button? Open chat, editor inline chat. So check this out. I could select that. And I'm looking. I normally don't use this tool, but it should. Sometimes it'll suggest things, which is sort of cool. What I'm going to do is I'm going to ask it a question. I'm a Canvas Power Apps developer. I only know how to code in PowerFX. How can you help me with my development in code? So that's an ask. I recommend that you always move this to agent because otherwise you will be having to click on a button like, okay, I allow it, and it gets really annoying. Okay, I don't want to do anything with that. So I'm going to change that to agent. 4.1 sounds a little old to me. So let's go here and do ChatGPT 5. Okay, and then on the send button, send with code base. If you want it to see your code, that's what you need to do. Right now, it doesn't matter. I'm going, I don't care, whatever. From OpenAI, learn more about blah, 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 blah. Okay, enable. Let's see what it says. Wow, it's taking a long time. So we'll do other things while it's doing that. Sweet. Okay, here we go. Yeah, open this thing up. You can also see this little square thing. Click on it. You know, if you wanted to take up more space, and I hit Control Plus to make it bigger. That's a little too much. Help with PowerFX coding. Generate, refactor, explain. So let's say I've got a 200 line code block out on my PowerFX snippets, and you're like, this is cool, this works, but I have no idea what Darren's doing here. Well, guess what? They can explain it. They can take my code and make it better, or your code and make it better. That's what refactor means. Generate, it means it creates the code for you. Help with Canvas, design patterns, components, performance, delegation. For those of you that took my coding in PowerFX course, we covered PCF components in the last week, and we absolutely used VS Code, and we used these AI tools. So anyhow, something that I like is you could right-click on something in your Canvas app and say copy code, and you could paste it here, and it could analyze it like, how can I make this better? You know, the sky's the limit. And even the sky isn't a limit if there are footprints on the moon. Be actionable. So it's going to help us out in a lot of ways. I will write complete formulas, and this isn't even the best tool to use for this. I'm showing you this because it's free, and I would say, I don't know, maybe 90% of you, you're not looking to have another monthly whatever. So anyways, you can see all that. Now what I'm going to do, so you can read all this, add this to my, you know what you do? You hit a £, enter. Let's see what it does. Okay, while it's working on that, I'm going to close down the README so it can have unfettered access. And everything looks a little bit too big. I'm going to hit Control-. And the terminal window is something that you can sort of maximize, I guess, within this center pane. What I like to do is I like to move this thing over to the right, because I have like a ultra wide screen over here to the side, and I've got more horizontal space. Not necessarily in this situation. This thing right here is a toggle. It lists out all your files. You can toggle that off so you got more space. Let's say I don't need to use that anymore. Boom. And now we're just going to look at this. And it's telling me everything that it did. Okay. Now, your chats with AI are incredibly valuable. You may not realize it now, but take my word for it, and you'll thank me in the future, okay? So there's something else that I do with every repo, which is I tell any AI tool to put everything in our chat, everything I type, everything that it types and what it does, into a session file. All right, so it's asking me if I want to keep everything that it did. You know, I'm just going to say keep. And I'm going to take that. I'm going to cut it. And it put everything in this Markdown thing. Okay. Now this is where I'd want to do a code block. I'll say bash, which is like a terminal type of thing. 3 backticks, before and after. And so when you render this, it doesn't look all weird. Okay, I'll show you in a second what I'm talking about. And you see, this is the lent thing. It's like, hey, you really shouldn't do that. I'm like, yeah, you're right. Take that out. I will keep that horizontal line there. Now, what did it do to my README? Like, where's everything that it did? Okay, well, I'm going to ask it what happened. I'm going to hit Control S. Now, it's going to modify things. So if you're ever going to do a big modification, or if AI is going to be doing a big modification, go over here and commit. There are no staged. Would you like to stage? Yes, always. And we're going to sync it. We're going to push it up there. This actually will push and pull and push. So there might be other developers working on this repo and you wouldn't get their changes. That's why you'd want to do a pull or a fetch. Okay. And don't show again. And then it will do that. All right. Now, I hate this black and white stuff. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to open up a new coding one. Actually, probably the easiest way to do this is find my snippets, which are right, they're down here. And what I'm going to do is I am going to go in here. I'm going to hit Control A, Control X. I'm going to move it up here, and then I'm going to delete that file. Okay, now I'm going to right-click in this white space. I'm going to say Show More Options. I'm going to say Open with Code. Do you see how this looks better? It's Power Apps themed. No, I don't want that. Okay. Now, how do you change this? You go up to a folder called .vs Code, and if it's not there, create it. And all your VS Code settings are right here. So how do I get all these colors? I'm going to do a Control minus. I'm going to scroll down. It's done here. So you see a bunch of hexadecimal things. And if you ever want to borrow it, you know, you just go get that file from GitHub or clone the repo. Okay. And I'm going to have it do, so I'm going to show you other things that it can do. I'm going to make sure this is ChatGPT 5. And I'm going to say, look over this repo and tell me what it's all about. And while that's going, what I'm going to do, I want to right click on this folder. Typically what I'll do is reveal in File Explorer. I'll copy this. Then I'll go over to my other repo, go into the files. I'm going to right click and paste. It's disabled, so I'm just hitting Control V. Are you sure you want to paste VS Code? Yeah, I do. Look at that. Much more beautiful. As long as you like the Power Apps pink and purple theming. Okay, so that's up there. And by the way, if you guys create your own snippets repository and you want to share with the community everything that you're doing with Power Apps, let me know. Like, send me your link or email me your link. I want to put this in the README. And send me your link, and then I'm going to put it here. I'm going to list them all out so it gets more visibility for you. Okay. Now, what did we just have it do? It doesn't look like it did anything. I'll append the attachment content to README. So the file contains the original text. Yeah. It's good that it doesn't try to overwrite my stuff. I'll add a single new line. I'm going to update. I'll append single new lines. Okay. Take receipt. I'll append. Yeah, this tool is just tells, I don't know, it just says too much. Which would you like me to do next? Okay, I'm going to straight up tell it, I don't see your changes. Okay. And why you don't see it. Expected outcome, show the current file snapshot. I'll replace the duplicated README with a clean. Okay. Oh, it did do a lot of this, but it didn't really add to it. And the thing is, you should never have a code block that says Markdown if it's already a Markdown. So I'm going to, this is our get. This is the beauty of this, is I can discard the changes. And it should go back to my version. And I'm going to make this not so wide. And you see that shows you what the difference is. And I am going to undo. I like my version better. Okay, I'm going to take that out. Control S. Okay. README has changed. Let's do at least a commit. We don't have to do a push every time. Okay. I want to log into Power Apps. Make Power Apps. That's probably going to be it. And I'm going to close down some of these windows that we don't need open anymore. You know, something I want to show you is this open router thing. So I'm going to register. Look, you can use your GitHub credentials. And yeah, let's do that. I agreed. Does anybody ever read these? Okay, now we have an account here. That's how easy it is to create one. Now, if you want to, so Open Router is like a marketplace for any and all AI models. So instead of paying ChatGPT or Open AI a monthly $200, you just get an Open Router and you just pay for what you use. Okay. Now I can look at this prompt pricing, free. Now this is a scroll bar here. All of these are free. Okay. So I definitely recommend that you sign up for this. Okay. I'm going to leave that open and I'm going to close that down. We got Claude here if we need them. Now, Claude is more, and I actually pay for this because I get Claude code. I go in here, web search, extended thinking, and what I'm going to say is, okay, I don't need that. There we go. That's good. boot up one of those. And where was I going with this? It was, yeah, VS Code. And it wasn't Snippets. It was here. Now, at the very top, I'm going to copy that. Okay, so what I'm going to do, and I'm going to share this with you guys. I am a Power Apps developer. Tell me all the ways I can benefit from your help creating Canvas Power Apps. Okay. I use the most expensive model because I pay for it. And I told us to go do research. So it's going to go off and probably look at 500 different websites. Maybe 100 or 2. I don't know. So I'm going to go back over here. Okay. I'm going to close down README. And I'm going to go back to our outline because I want to show you some really cool stuff. Here. Okay, PowerShell. Now, what I want to show you, I'll show you the PowerShell that I would recommend that you use, and also the terminal. So let's go to the marketplace. A lot of people don't like the Windows marketplace, but for this reason, it's really cool. And what I'm going to say here, I don't see a blinking cursor, so I'm just going to type PowerShell. And I don't use this one. I use the preview. I like it. Oh, we could have installed VS Code from here. So yeah, there's all kinds of things we can install from here. Now, if I were to say Windows CMD, what is that? This. It's all right. But it's sort of blah. Now, I open up that window. It looks like I might already have the next thing that I'm going to recommend already installed. Okay, so you see the version that we're using. So the next thing would be terminal. Now, this is really interesting because if you go over here, oh, let's do a refresh. Let's look at all of our code. Boom, and there's our README. All right, so I'm going to open up a new window here, and I'm going to go check out Microsoft. How many repositories do you think Microsoft has? Well, I see here they are. I want to click on that, and then I want to click on Microsoft. Oh, right here. They have 7,100. And what I always do when I go to the repo tab is I always sort by the stars. It's like giving a repository a thumbs up. Okay, look at this. The most popular one, it's got 35,000. No, those are forks. 176,000 stars. And then you got Power Toys. That's a really cool thing as well. If you haven't checked that out, check it out. TypeScript. Yeah, they created TypeScript. The next one down is Terminal. Now, this is a course. If you're interested in generative AI, check that out. If you're interested in web dev for beginners, check that out. Machine learning for beginners. Playwright. This is another AI tool that a lot of people that do AI coding they use that. So anyway, I'm going to scroll up and click on Terminal. I don't recommend installing it from here. I was just looking for like some screenshots. So they're showing you there's different versions, and they're not going to show us a screenshot. Okay. I'm going to go back over to Marketplace. Maximize that. And I typed in Terminal. Maybe I have to say Microsoft. I was just hoping for them all to be, okay, here they are. This is it. And it is installed. I want to uninstall it because I'm going to install, in my opinion, a better version. Where's the uninstall? I don't know. How do you uninstall this? Maybe I got to go to the control panel. Okay, so this is a pre-release. Now, look at the ratings. This has a 4.8 star rating as opposed to a 4.2. If for some reason you don't have Calculator installed, you can install it there. Okay, I'm going to go with this pre-release, but there are actually 4 different versions of it. If you go look at their repo, you'll see them, but this is like the most cutting edge one. So they're really, they're about to release a new feature. You're going to see it here first. Let me see how my Docker container is doing. Well, I only gave it 8 gigs of memory. Yeah, okay. So, don't know why it's not loading up, but I would recommend that one. I guess I can just deal with the one that I do have. So this is Terminal, and even if you install the one that I recommended, it will look almost exactly like this. What I like to do, I don't like black and white. What I like to do is go down here to Defaults, Appearance. You know what I want to do? Ooh, yeah, want that. I'm looking for light mode. Oh, right here. And hit save. Woo, all right. Yeah. Yeah, hello, MM, and you're welcome, Caesar. Okay. You can hit save. Now, what's really cool about this, guys, is you click on Open JSON File, and you could modify. I actually sort of want a blank one. Okay, and what I'm going to do is click on Open with JSON File. Hopefully it opens it in that one, which it did. Very good. All of the settings that you set for the terminal, you can go in here and change things up if you're the type of person that does that. I start off here, and if I want to tweak it anymore, I find that I can. You could actually put the JSON file into VS Code and ask Copilot to, like, hey, I want my text color to be blah blah, and it will change that setting file. I've done that before. So I've done that. I hit save. I'm going to go over to defaults. There's a lot of defaults that I pick. I don't mess with the icons. I don't mess with the title. I do want everything to run as an administrator because there's a lot of things that I want to run as an administrator, have full access. So I go down to appearance, and you don't want Cascadia Mono, you want Cascadia Code. And I always up the fonts here. And the line height, I'm going to use my up arrow. Is it going to allow me to do it? Nope. So if I wanted more space, I would say 1.3, enter. And you see like there's more space between the lines. The font weight, I'm going to leave that as is, unless you want to go with semi-bold. And you see there at the top, you got a little more bolding, which is what I like. Okay. I have no idea what variable font axes are. If you know, put it in the chat. Font features, I don't know. Now something that's sort of cool. Let's pick a different theme. Now I think this is the one I like. I like a dark blue color. And okay, so what I'm going to do, Cascadia Code, that automatically adjust lightness of distinguishable text. Yeah, sure, let's try that out. Retro terminal effects. Well, let's see what everything looks like now. Okay, what if I hit save? Is it going to change it over here? It did. That's great. And I can zoom in like a browser, control mouse wheel. So yeah, that's looking better. What happens when you pick retro terminal effects? Get a load of this. Oh, come on. Nope, that didn't do it. What's going on? Okay, for some reason that doesn't want to work for me. That's the first time it's ever done that. Okay, I'm going to hit save. And then all the other profiles should pull from the default that you're setting here. Because like, here's PowerShell. And I could go into appearance. And everything's are set just how I had them in the default. So now what I'm going to do, retro terminal effects. Okay, that's already checked. Okay. So let's bring this guy back up. Of course, it's trying to figure out. No, these aren't retro effects, so I don't know what's going on there. So what I like to do, I'm going to go back into appearance. And the fonts, okay. I'm going to click on appearance here. I'm going to save. I want to go to appearance because you got a lot of the same stuff. I thought. Let's see, tab width mode. Yeah, no. Yeah, there's nothing. Okay, color schemes. Okay, so this is where you can do this. I'm going to make a copy of it. And I'm going to say Darren, if I can name it. But the background colors, let's see if I can make that even darker. But not too dark. There we go. Foreground, white. That's not white. That's white. Okay. I'm going to hit save. Let's see what this looks like now. I don't see any changes. Where is Okay, I'm going to set this as the default and hit save. Yellow, green. I want to change. Oh, it's foreground. Okay. So what you want to do is you want to go with a really light color like that. Doesn't that look so much nicer? I think so. All right. We're going to be using this a lot, guys. So it's it's good that you understand, how you can change things up. So now I can go into appearance and it now retro terminal effects. Still doesn't do it. It's sort of cool looking for like the first 5 minutes and then usually turn it off. So I'm not going to waste any more time on that. I'm going to hit save and just be done with the settings for now. Okay. So we got that. I'm going to minimize that. And this was Microsoft Terminal. Let's go back one, see if there's anything else I wanted to show you. And definitely check out PowerToys. It is, I like to install it from here. Oh, I'm going to get the new version. Okay, very good. And I'm going to look for the, oh yeah, PowerToys. Very popular for power users. And it's free, and it allows you to customize it's going to allow you to customize windows in general, and it's pretty cool. I just want it on this machine, so here we go. All right, so we're done looking at Microsoft's repositories. I'm just going to go home for now. We'll go back to our outline here. We have PowerShell. Let's go back over to VS Code. Okay, here we go. Let me show you what I use for AI. And there's actually several. I think I listed them out before, but there's nothing wrong with starting off with this Copilot. It's decent. All right. Claude Code for VS Code. Yeah, let's install that. Do we trust Anthropic? I don't know. Okay, so that's being installed. Now let me see, by installing the extension, I always install it from a command line. So let's try this out by saying Claude. Nope. Okay. There is Claude Code install. So we need all these things, and it will tell us right away what we're lacking. So I'm going to hit copy there. I'm going to go back over to VS Code. Right click, and it pastes it in there. If not, you got to hit the Control-Shift-V. And just what I thought, npm. So we need download npm. And there's another thing in there. I think it's Node.js. You can get them both in one download. Yeah. And I don't want to do that in Docker. Windows installer. There you go. That's going to be the easiest one. I tried using the command line last night on my wife's laptop, and it was very challenging. All right. Install. Sure. Automatically install the necessary tools. Yeah. Like Chocolatey. That's a command line installer. So if I go over here, see that chocolatey? Yeah. So now that that's going, finish. All right. We'll install Python. Okay. Let's do it. Python is a programming language, and if you're going to code in Python or have AI write your Python code, you need to install it. So seeing this clock is messing me up here because it's not EST. Okay, let's do the Windows. I'm going to say time zone. Nope, I'm not in California. Where's New York? There we go. That works. Okay. Okay, I don't need this anymore. What did we do here? Oh, it's still running. Installing things to the command line is, I don't know, in my opinion, so much easier than having an installer with Windows. And this is how almost everything is installed with Linux. You just have a line and you hit enter and it just installs it. By the way, fun fact, let's open up the terminal window and let's see, there's something called WSL. That is Windows Subsystem for Linux. You can run Linux on a Windows machine and they run in parallel. It's not a dual boot. It's not installed. It's telling me I got to go here. I would have appreciated if it just gave me the command line, but okay. I'm going to try the right click. Oh, look, it's installing it. Oh, this is how, there you go. Press any key to install. Okay, cool. It's downloading it. All right. So I'm going to let that run. And what do we have over here? Here's some information about WSL, if anyone's interested. Initially, Claude Code only worked on Linux. It also worked on Apple, but not Windows. It does work on Windows now, but when I found out about it, I had to do all this WSL stuff. Okay. I'm going to share a link with you guys here. And let's see if that's done. I think it's still running. Okay. Okay, hopefully go out. We want to check node and npm to make sure we have a good version of it. Docker. No, I didn't want Docker. Oh my goodness. This is what I wanted. Okay, that's been installed, and the /v just tells you what version you have. Ooh, that doesn't look good. Okay. I'm going to go over here, and I'm going to hit the up arrow to bring up the last thing I typed in the terminal, hit enter. npm. Sometimes you have to start a new window. So I'm going to select all that. Right click, plus sign. Okay, it must not be set up right. Okay, so we have WSL now. And now I'm going to hit Windows, WSL. Now, if you're interested in running this, you have to have virtualization enabled in your BIOS. Hopefully it's already enabled, but maybe not. Okay. I'm going to get rid of that. I don't need that. Oh, and I was going to do that. Still has a problem with npm. Okay, I'm going to say load npm. Yeah, I thought we had that downloaded. Where is my download? I didn't download it. Oh, we're back to this. Yeah, I thought I'm going to run it this time. Yeah, I thought we did this. So this is node npm package manager. And I think maybe what's going on is it doesn't have the environment variable set up for command line. I think that's what's going on, perhaps. So I'm going to cancel that. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to need assistance from Claude. So how can, what did I ask? Tell me all the ways I can benefit from your help. Look how long this is. And Claude does some really good stuff. I'm going to save that as Markdown, and I'm going to go put it in the repo so you guys can get to it. Where's my, there we go. And I'm going to go put this in my source right there. And I'm going to put it right here. How can AI help? All right, so now if we bring that repo up, I think I'm going to close down my snippets for now, so don't get confused. go over here to the files. How can AI help me? But instead of doing that, I'm going to say open the preview. So there's a lot of stuff. And usually when you do research, you get a wall of text. And you're like, oh, too long, didn't read. So what you do is you go back over and I say, give me a bulleted outline list. Too long, didn't read. And it should know what that means. Oh, wow, look at that. That looks great. Okay, is that it? Yep. Copies Markdown. Save as. I'm going to click on that. I'm not going to replace it. I'm going to say TLDR, or I could say summary. There we go. And then I can open this up. So I don't feel like reading that. Who has time to read a bunch of stuff these days, right? Or watch 3-hour videos that Darren does. Okay. There's the summary. And I'm going to open it as a preview. Okay, let's go over this. PowerFX Code Assistance converts natural language to working formulas. So you can work with AI and say, oh, I need to do blah, blah. Or I've got this idea for, you can give it images. So if you go over to Figma or you did a sketch on a napkin and you take a picture of it, you give it to AI and it can start creating the system for you. That's wild. Fixes syntax errors. So, I mean, it might take me a while to go through all this, but testing, all kinds of stuff. Intelligent assistance without judgment. It's not going to judge you for using choice columns like I would. Complex. So anyway, check that out. What I'm going to do is I'm going to commit. Well, I get the message first, hit commit, and now I'm going to push. So if you guys want to look this over on your other screen, you can do that. Now, I think my chin is being cut off. There we go. I don't necessarily want you guys to see my chin because I have a double chin. But okay, so I can see all that. Now there's an extension that everybody wants. Okay, so you say icons. This is the winner. This is the one to get. Don't be distracted by any of these others. This is the one. 22 million, can't be wrong. Okay, I am going to go, I'm going to click on that. Enable the right to workspace. Open settings. What is it complaining about? I don't know. If you want to know something like that, you can always open up this guy and ask it. Here's another thing. Let's say you're getting tired of this purplish type of thing. So what you want to do, you want to start a new chat, nice, clean context, and you'll say, help me with my ./.vs code / settings.json. I'm not. JavaScript object notation. That's what it stands for. Okay. I'm tired of all these purple and pinks. I like shades of blue. Hook me up. So you never have to modify anything directly. It's just great. Welcome to 2025. Dustin says, TLDR is too long, didn't watch. I like it. So I'd like to let you guys know there's probably a good percentage of you that are in the insiders group, and I will be sending out an email with all the details along with the promo code and tell you about all the other things that are included, like all the courses. Hopefully you guys are excited about that. And then your monthly payment will go down to $24 a month, but you're not going to have to pay the full $247. Okay, it's going to search. Now I'll read it. I'm going to apply a patch that replaces. Now what I like to, okay, I've already did a commit, so I could roll back if I needed to. Expected outcome. Well, let's see what it's doing here. Let's go down to the, oh, it's going to show us. Oh, that looks so much better, doesn't it? Wow, I like it. What does my bar look? Oh, that looks amazing. And I'm sort of freaking out because I'll show you what my typical setup looks like. I just need to make sure I open the right one that doesn't show sensitive information. Okay. So this is what I typically do. Now you guys can see this, right? Yes. To answer your question, Dustin, you want to cancel the WAP? Actually, if you give me a few days, WAP, I can see who is an insider by the WAP list. Okay. So let me get everybody's so I know who's still in it, and I'll send out the email to all those people and tell you, hey, go ahead and cancel WAP. Here's the new link. Here's your promo code and everything. Why does that keep showing a constant contact? I don't understand why that's in there. So anyway, that is what I normally use. Now, what I really like is the terminal window. Look at that. Now you want to see how I use Claude code? Once we get it installed, trust the folder. Yes. Okay. So I could. You're going to see. I don't want to do it here. I want to do it with Power Apps. So I am going to keep what it did, and I think I'm going to start using this. This is amazing. Oh, I don't like this selected file pink stuff. Well, now it's blue, so maybe it's fine. Okay, very good. Wow, it really helped me out there. Sometimes I'm surprised. All right, so let's bring this open. And I'm going to try to install it again. Do we have everything installed? No, we still don't have NPM. So what I'm going to say is start a new chat. Okay. I installed NPM. This is what I do all day, guys. Like, there's a lot of stuff I don't know. And I just sit here and ask it. I installed NPM, but when I try to install Claude Code, it says this. Right click, paste, and let's see if it can help us out. Something else you can do with these AI tools, it won't allow me to do it while it's running, but there's these things called MPC servers, Model Context Protocol. And what MCP is, it's sort of like an API, but you just use natural language. You don't have to pass it code, you know? All right, so it wants to run this in the terminal for me, and I'm gonna hit continue. And it sees what's going on. So it's gonna like give us some more help. Now let's run this. Okay. Oh, and we're back to that. Okay, cool. Continue. Yeah, there's like configuration that needs to happen. So forgive me if I pronounce your name wrong. Sheik? Sheik says, when will we be showing the Canvas app development using AI in this live stream? Okay, I'm not going to stop the live stream until I do that. But what I'm trying to do is, once I show you what it can do, you're going to be like if that was the live stream, just showing you all these things I could do, you're like, I want to do that. And then, you know, you'll go off, install VS Code, you'll try to maybe install Claude Code, and then you're getting all these problems, you know? So absolutely. Yeah, we'll be covering it. I know this stuff is sort of boring, unless you're like really nerdy, like me. I don't think it's because I'm nerdy. It's that I know what's possible, and I want to know everything about it. It's great. Okay, I'm going to let it work. And let's go. And I hate that thing popping up. I want to, what do we have over here? Let me show you how to create a new repo from your local machine, not even going to GitHub. Okay. So let's go back to SRC. And I want to say new repo from operating system. And you know what? I'm going to copy that name just in case I need it. I'm going to right click and I'm going to say show more options. All right, so we have this. And what I want to do here is add some files. Okay, so I'm going to say readme.markdown. So now we have a file. By the way, you can ask this AI, hey, how do I check this into, actually, I'm going to do that. I want to use Git and GitHub for this project. Help. What I wanted to show you before I couldn't do it while it was working is configure tools. These are all the things that you can tie into. And you can install more. I'm just throwing that out there. Here's a link. Browse MCP servers. You can have your AI interact with all of this stuff. Now, something that you'll want is Microsoft Docs, because guess what's there? All the PowerFX documentation. Let's see how difficult this is. Oh, that was easy. Okay, cool. So when we start working with PowerFX, it's going to come in handy. And do you guys work with Figma? Do you want to? You can install that. Now, GitHub, this is going to allow it to deal directly with GitHub, and it doesn't have to do all of the commands. So I'm going to install that. And it wants to authenticate with GitHub. Okay. So Ray says there's a reluctance to do C# in Power Platform, but people are expecting to follow a lot of this development applications. That's what that is sort of why I'm laying the foundation for many reasons. Okay, number one is to help with Canvas Powerhouse development. But I'm also going to have videos on doing PCF components. And then there's the C# stuff. So doing at least the last two, you're going to need to have all these things set up. But thank you for letting me know that. Okay. Any other ones that I might want? Image sorcery. Wow. Okay. Codicy, comprehensive code quality and security analysis. That sounds great. So what you're doing when you install an MPC server for AI is that you're giving it a tool that it can tap into that's an expert in a certain area. Or it allows you to do some things very easily. So now, if I go over here, you see that I've installed, look at what it can do. It can create repos, or you can say, hey, I don't want it to be able to delete a file or delete a repo. What about Microsoft Docs? Can I select which ones? No. I'm going to hit OK, though. So we got that. And I want to go back. Did it get it done or what? Okay. Is it all working now? I'm too lazy to read everything that wall of text, so. I'll run a quick, yeah, well, it would have been nice if you would have done that. So these are things that you set up once and never have to do again unless you need to create a, you get a different computer, a laptop, whatever. Now, while it's doing that, I want you guys to go over to extensions and check this out. Type in Kilo code. This is what you want. Install that. This thing is amazing. Okay. Now I'm going to go back over here. Where are we at here now? Control N should take me to the bottom. Should. Continue. And by the way, there was somebody in the accelerator program that asked about a Chrome extension that moves your coding window within Power Apps Studio. And I looked at it and I'm like, wow, this is sort of cool. But there were a lot of things that weren't working right. Like, I don't think it was a real extension. I've never written a Chrome extension ever. But during that session using AI, I did. And I improved the guy's repo and I checked it in. So we can do all kinds of things. All right, is this thing, we'll close that down. Kilo code shows up over here. Let's get started. So you go create an account. So this thing, it's free to use, but you have to pay for the AI API usage. And you really need to, again, create a $5, put $5 there, and you don't have to spend any of it. X or XAI or Grok, whatever you want to call it, has partnered up with Kilo Code, and you could use Grok for Turbo or whatever. So it's like free, you know. Let me show you. Some of you are going to be interested in this. Here's Kilo Code. And in some cases, this is better than Claude Code. So new free models with 2 million content. Well, that's awesome. Get unlimited access to 2 new. Now, look at this down here. I'm using the Grok code fast. And it's amazing. It's great. But if they got some other ones that are better, then yeah, let's check that out. Actually, I'm going to get the link and put it there. Oh, Open Router just announced too. Yeah, there's actually a lot of open ones. So anyway, you can give Kilo Code your Open Router API key. And you can configure this to only use free ones. That's not where I wanted to go. Please don't. Oh. And then you'd go, oh, man. I guess I have to hover and not click, and then click on keys. So I could create an API key. Advanced settings, create. There you go. There's my API key if you guys want to use it. I'm kidding. But I could put it in there. And then settings, come on. Well, here's my API key. I mean, enable reasoning, sure. Now, I don't know if it's going to accept that the way I just configured it. Let's do open router. There we go. The Kilo code provider includes all of the open router models with 0 markup and 0 commission. Oh, okay. Let's go back. But I think it's going to make you, I'm going to skip. Let's see if we can do this. Where are my API keys? Oh, they do have specials. You buy 5, you get $25 extra in credits. That's not a bad deal. Look at that. Oh, here at the very bottom, API key. Okay. What happens if I click on that? I may not have to paste the API key over there. Which is nice. Hope it does it soon. Let's see. If anybody wants to do me a solid and you haven't signed up yet, hold that thought. This for a second. Sign up for open router. And I'll get credit in some way. I don't know. Control S. There we go. All right, so that's out there. I'm going to go back over here to Kilo. Configuration profile. Okay, that's default. That's the only thing I have access. I'm going to hit save and see what happens. Okay, so here's the grok. I would recommend trying that out because I found it to be awesome. And I think right now, let me scroll up a little bit here. Why not put it high? Make it reason longer. Okay, advanced settings. What do we have in there? Enable to-do list. Yeah, you want all these AIs to make a plan and create like a to-do list when it's going to implement something for you. Otherwise, I'll get distracted. It will do some weird things. And you can change the temperature. Minimum time between API requests. Okay, I'm going to hit save. Look at all of these settings you can set up within Kilo code. Okay, I'm done. And so here's an architect. tell me what this repo is about and how we should architect it. What's cool about Kilo Code is you got this little magic wand. You hit it and hit enter. Your Kilo Code balance is low. Okay. And I think if you had that $5 there, it wouldn't complain. So Ray says generative pages in Power Apps seems interesting, not in UK at the moment. Okay. Okay. So they have a blog post about it. I could put $5 on, or I could just sign in to my Kilo Code. Yeah, I don't want to mess with that right now. You can break this out to be like a little window over here. Claim free credits. Well, that sounds great. Let's claim free credits. Yeah, you're going to have to at least put a credit card on file. So I'm going to close that down. Close that. I might leave that open. Okay. We've done a lot of stuff so far. We haven't even gotten to the exciting stuff. But, okay. Do we have WSL? Yes. Now, what can we do with WSL? Do you see Linux there? No. Go to the marketplace. Oh, my Power Toys didn't go. Let's go back up here, and we're going to say WSL. Let's see what it says for that. My favorite one, and I recommend it to you, is Kubuntu. It's also the most popular too. I definitely want that. Okay, I'm going to give up on that and just type in Ubuntu. And what I do is I look at these ratings. 045. You want a stable release. So if it says LTS, probably go with that. Okay. So you're going to download Linux. And you may not realize why that's useful or important yet, but eventually I think that you will. All right, so we have WSL installed, and I'm going to wait for Linux to install. Now, let's go back here, and we're not going to use Kilo Code for now until I put money on my second account. And gee whiz, is the thing ready to go or what? Oh, Linux is here. Oh, okay, it's going to install there. I am, okay. Oh my goodness, that thing is frustrating. Once it's installed, you'll see an item here. Okay. And I'm trying to scroll down. Okay, we're at the bottom. And what I'm looking for, I'm gonna have to go back to the browser. This is the command to install Claude code. And I'm going to hit Control tilde, close all those files. So I got a little bit more space. Let's go. Start a new one. Okay. This is what I do with AI. Copy, and I say, I'm going to take out the code base for now. If you like, I can run the install commands. Yes. Okay, I just had to click continue. That's one of the annoying things I don't like with AI coding tools. It's like, oh, I've come up with a plan. You want me to execute it? And as long as I trust it and I've had good experience with it, I just want it to run with it. If you use a crappy model, it might, you never know what it could do. It could delete all your files, whatever. Okay, summary. Confirmed with blah. Okay. So hopefully that executed that. Reopen PowerShell and pick your path changes. Okay, let's try this out. Okay, it wants me to Claude code. Okay, I'm ready to, I'm gonna go with Sonnet. Hopefully it's better. You see how much of a difference it makes when you use a different model. So if you don't have a good experience, try something else. Sonnet 4 is the latest to Sonnet, but oh wow, there's Claude code. Okay. I don't need that anymore. I'm gonna zoom in a little bit. Welcome to Claude code. This is the Holy Grail. All right, so it wants you to pick a color scheme. I like number 3. Okay. If you ever want to use Claude code, if you just want to try it out, do an API usage of like $5 or $10 and see if you like it or not. And then if you like it, go with this. Because with this, it tells you how much. You see this thing down here, like a $sign. Now that's for kilo code. There's one for Claude code. And if I were to show you my usage, it's in like hundreds or thousands of dollars that you get for the max plan. So I'm gonna hit 1. I'm gonna authorize it. Okay. And we are in business. Claude can make mistakes. Yeah. Enter again. Use Claude Code's terminal setup. Okay, let's use recommended settings for now. We're just trying to get going here, get some momentum going. Do you trust the files here? Yes, I did it. Okay. Now what I'm going to do is go look at the README because I think I've got a prompt there. Okay, no. See, that one's red. I am a Canvas Power Apps maker. The only coding language I know is PowerFX. I want your assistance to supercharge. Oh my goodness. Charge my Power Apps development. Is this something you can do? And then if so, list out all the ways can help. There's something that you can do. It burns through your credits faster. With the Claude Code Max, I can hit my limit within a 5-hour window quicker, but I like it. Sometimes this is like a mysterious command for Claude Code. Sometimes it doesn't recognize it, sometimes it does, and it is ultra think. Okay, now while that's running, I want to show you Claude Code documentation, ultra think. This looks interesting. I'll have to check that out. This will probably give us the most direct. What? No. So I said Claude Code documentation. I'm going to say docs. And I'm also going to say official because it's in their blog. Look at this. The UltraThink mystery. And I've gotten really good results by telling it. And supposedly that's how you trigger UltraThink. You just say UltraThink at the end. So I'm going to say site. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to say blog. This is the exact blog post. Okay. You go. While I do a Control F, Ultra Think. There we go. I missed it. There we go. It recommends that you have it make a plan. And it says, we recommend using the word think to trigger extended thinking mode. These phrases are mapped directly to increasing the levels. So you can start off with think, and you say, hey, think hard, and it will use up even more tokens and think harder. And then it thinks harder. And then ultra think is the top. So I'm going to go back and see, hopefully. Wow. Thinking. So they want comprehensive help. That's awesome. Let me think about the various ways. I should be enthusiastic and comprehensive in my response since they're looking to improve their development capabilities. Yes, I absolutely can. PowerFX and formula help. See, I like this response better than what I got from regular Claude. Maybe it had something to do with the fact that I said ultra think, you know? So this is great stuff. Like, let's say you're not very strong with database design. Like, hey, I'm using SharePoint and I need to do a one-to-many relationship, but I can't use lookup columns because Darren says that you'll end up having delegation problems, because that's probably the first thing it's going to say. Oh, yeah, just use a lookup column. Okay. Please create a file in a folder called docs in this repo Markdown file with all this great information. Bippity bopping. And you can create multiple windows. So I'm going to hit plus again, and I'm going to say Claude. What? We're still having that problem? I think we had So what I like to do is I like to get into Claude code, and if I have any problems with, all right, I'll prove that. If I have any problems with terminal commands, I'll go into Claude code and just run them. Okay. Now, create for me yet another MD file with examples of each. Update. The file, one example for each, as sub bullet points. Okay. Right click. Let me open up this guy. I'm going to create a new thing here. Let's see what it says. It might say, oh, we'll install it using this. All right, I'm going to close all these ones that were failures. It's like browser tabs. You want to make sure they're cleaned up. Otherwise, you'll end up having too many to manage. Okay, it's still working. Adding examples to PowerFX. So it's doing a very good job here. I told it to ultra think. This is great. Love it. Let's go back over to the browser. Now, what did this guy do? A methodology for effective single agent development, managing cognitions AI. Don't build multi-agents research. I don't know. I'm not sure what it is, and there's only 2 stars. So what you could do, this is something else that's really cool. You want to know about this, is awesome. In GitHub, there are repositories that are just lists of links to resources. And they call them awesome Claude code, awesome Power Apps, you know. And not everything has an awesome list. And if there's not, maybe you should create one. Awesome Claude code. And I'm going to say, give me the most stars. This is the one I'm looking for. Look at this. Awesome AI system prompts. Awesome Claude agents. So if you're like really into something, you should do a search for an awesome list. All right. I'm going to star that. And you know what? I want a local copy. So I'm going to do this. And I'm going to go there, and hopefully it doesn't. Yeah, it's going to create a subfolder. Very good. Okay. And all your repos are going to be listed here, by the way. Let's open it with VS Code. Okay, go to the README. Let's preview it. I thought we were going to preview it. Maybe not. Okay, there we go. Yeah, there's a lot of good stuff in here. I just want to show it to you. I'm just going to close it. And I'm going to close. I want to set the default. Use the Git credential manager. Yeah, why not? I don't see a place to set. I'm not going to mess with that now. Okay, so we've got a listing of that, and so what you can do in something like this is say ultra think. I would imagine there's quite a few things in here, but it says no matching found. You copy that and go up here and search all of GitHub. Yeah. All right, so let's see if Claude can help us out. Okay, this is great. So I'm going to copy this for you guys and put it in the repo. Superpower apps. I'm going to save this into docs. Now what I do want to do is move those other guys over there. There we go. Alrighty. Okay. So add the path. I think I'm going to do this in VS Code. Okay, I'm going to zoom out a little bit so I can read everything. Wow, this is cool. All right, so now I can go over here, and we're looking for that Claude code install. Yeah, I think this is it. Let's see what this guy's doing. Updated the guide with comprehensive examples for every section. Oh, that's awesome. Okay. Now I'm going to commit and push so you guys have all this if you're wanting to follow along. Okay. Okay. So I'm going to open a new terminal window. Yeah, this is PowerShell. So I'm going to copy all that. Cannot find path. Your download path. Well, that's odd. I'm going to go. Okay. Get all this. Right click. And then it's going to say, oh, yeah, you need to do this. And then I'm going to say, well, update your documentation. And it's already doing that. Well, cool. This second file has everything from the first file, right? I plan to overwrite it. Interesting. Okay, I'm going to put a 2 here for now until it answers it. Okay, I was about to tell it to merge. Since you're asking, let me write it complete. Yes, thank you. And I think it's almost done. So now you want me to show you how easy this is on Linux? See if I can consolidate these. Where is my WSL? Okay, there's WSL settings. Launch WSL. That's what we need. Now I'm a little concerned. It like flashes and goes away. WSL help. Gee whiz. I'm just looking for it to list. Yeah, we could do a status. So this is what you get if you don't have virtualization. Enable it by running that. Okay. Okay. All right. So from this, I'm going to launch it. Sort of disappears. Yeah, that's not really what I wanted. Well, it should be installed. I think I'm going to close down that in terminal. And I always want to run this as administrator. And first of all, I'm going to see if Claude Code is installed, and it's not. Okay, let's go up here. Look at this. Ubuntu. Boom. Installing this might take a few minutes. Okay. Termination behavior can be configured in advanced profile settings. Okay. Let's try that again. Okay. I think it's... Yeah, I don't understand what's going on here, but we'll have to look at that later. Okay, I'll get that out of here. Get that out of here. Don't need to see that. I'm not doing that right now. Nope. No, this is cool. So these are all the distributions of Linux that you could install. And there's a command. I guess it never did that. Okay. So what I want probably this one. Yeah. It's the latest. So I'm going to say WSL install. Wow, finally. Okay, we can just minimize that. I'm going to close down all this stuff. And then I'm going to go back here. All right, we'll leave that up. I don't think we need that anymore. We may or may not need that. Let's go with, get rid of that. Oh, here's our Power Apps. All right, let's go trying to close a lot of this stuff up. Okay, so this is the third one that has everything merged. So I'm going to download as Markdown, do a save as. And I'm going to go here, look at the files. You always want to keep things really nice and clean. Otherwise, they'll just get out of hand really quickly or gradually. Okay, so now I'm going to right click on that, open preview. It wants me to download it. Error code. Okay, I'm not messing with that. Okay, well, I guess I'm gonna. You shouldn't have to do this though. Oh, there aren't any releases. Like, I used your to download it. All right, let's see what else it says. We have several options. All right, let's use this npm. Nope, doesn't like that. So I want to give it as many errors as I can and then say, what did we learn from this? Create another document. Okay, I'm going to go back here. All right, that was option 1. Okay, so option 2. Here, okay. I think we had just tried this, but that doesn't work. Now we'll use this. None of them work. I used all 3 of your options and none of them worked. Okay, now I'm going to bring this one down. And I will look at that one. What? Well, let's do this. Ugh. That's option A. Okay. What just happened there? Oh, this thing. Oh my goodness. I know this is a lot of boring troubleshooting, but if you see what you're able to do, especially with Claude code, you'll understand all this, and you might need to see how I troubleshoot this if you come up with these problems. The most easiest way, I mean, it's incredibly easy. If I can get, Git bash. Let me try this command. Here. See if it has any problems at all. That's it. Isn't that crazy? There you go. Third feature. Okay, well, I won't mess with that. So, no. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. I'm going to exit out. Do you trust the files? Yes. Okay, works fine there. Okay. So, and I almost never use PowerShell. So this is why it's like, so I'm surprised by it quite a bit. So what you do here is you create a new terminal window with git bash. Now I'm going to type Claude. Yeah, you shouldn't have to. What is going on? Okay. The thing is, we got it to work here just fine. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to exit. Something else I do is I created a folder called AI chats. And I say, document this whole session in a MD file in the ./AI chats directory. And then once we have that, I'm going to exit out and use the same command that brought this up. Okay, that's done. always have AI do that. I have instructions that I always have in here. There we go. So if we click on that, beautiful. Just documented everything we did together. Exit. Okay, there we are. Up arrow. That's interesting. Okay. That seems weird. Okay, I'm going to copy that. I want to exit. I'm going to try Claude. Isn't that crazy? Copy that, and then I'm going to hit up arrow twice. Get it to come up. Why can't I invoke Claude code with simply Claude? A look at this terminal output. Control-Shift-V. So it's going to look at this madness and tell me why this works. I think what it is it gets to where NPM is at. I think that's what's going on. PowerShell's execution policy is blocking. You have a few options. Bypass policy. I want a permanent solution. How do we accomplish that? Yes, proceed. Yes. Now there is a flag or a parameter that we can pass in when we start up Claude, and it's called YOLO mode. You only live once. Live life on the edge. And the exact phrasing you have to use is dangerously something permissions. It's a little funny. But yeah, go ahead and get it fixed up. Ray says, welcome to life as a dev. Yeah, this is, if you want to be a dev, this is what it's like. You spend more time getting tools to work together than you do actually writing code. And I hated that. That's why I love Power Apps so much. Restart your terminal. Okay. Well, first I'm going to test it before I say anything else. Claude? Nope. That's why you always have to verify. Trust yet verify. And sometimes I will, oh my goodness, where did we go? We went to the very top. I'll do something like this. Fail. You failed. You failed me. Something I didn't say is ultra think. Okay. Okay, I'm going to go search. Actually, I'm going to search in here. YOLO. What is that? Dangerously. Permissions. Boy. Dangerously skip permissions. That's what it is. There we go. Saves so much time. Yeah, it's not launching right, but at least I've got it on the terminal there. So, okay, run that in your terminal window. No, you do it. There's a quote from Bill Gates, and he said, I like to hire lazy people as developers. And it's true, developers are lazy because if there's something to do and has to do it more than once, then a developer wants to create automation that will just take care of it. Developer never has to do it again, you know? Okay. Want to proceed? Yes. Okay, while this is all running, I'm going to show you yet another tool. Now, I am going to use Perplexity for this. It's the best tool for searching. How to install Gemini CLI. You got to have Node. And here it is. Let's see if this works. Nope. Now, what if we open this up in Git Bash? NPM is not working so well. PowerShell, blah, 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 blah. Yes. So what's nice about all this, all the problems that we're having, how slow we're going and everything, is that in subsequent videos, we'll never have to do any of this again. And if somebody asks the question, like, oh, I installed it and I had all kinds of problems, say, we'll take a look at the first one in the playlist. Test is a fresh terminal session. Okay. That's not what I meant to do. No, that's Gemini. This is what I want. The term Claude. So this is where I get a little feisty. Like, did you actually test this? Come on, man. And then I'll paste in what happened. Oh, I need to say ultra think. And then I hit cancel. And I say ultra think. This is what Claude Code is notorious for saying. You're right, or you're absolutely right. I need to actually. So now that we have ultra think going, what's funny is Claude doesn't know what ultra think is. Sometimes yes, but it usually like, oh, they probably want me to think longer. The issue is that in the path, it isn't being recognized by the shell. Let me check, blah, blah, blah. There's clearly an issue with the environment variable. Let me try to force the refreshment environment. Okay. See if I can figure this out. Welcome. There's some setting. To install Ubuntu, it isn't working. You should always give it a lot of information that you have, like I'm going to do PowerShell. I'm going to do this PowerShell though. And I'm going to say WSL view. So I'll give it this information. And I'll put it right there. At some point, it's going to make me create an account or log in. Oh. Run it as administrator. Okay. I wonder what happens if I click on that. Nope. Okay. PowerShell. Run as administrator. How did I do that before? There was help. So much information. Import distro. Install. Where is the list? No. Okay. Can do a cell list online, and then yeah, right there. Right arrow, enter. Gee whiz. I do not like PowerShell today. I need to have a bio break, and I will be back quickly. And let me see if I've got something for you guys.
Microsoft Power Apps has been the key ingredient for the hundreds of people that we've helped dominate in their organization. With this one skill, you're able to simplify processes for countless tasks, like tracking leads, doing inspections, logging attendance, booking desks in a shared office, generating reports, tracking employee performance, and the list goes on. If you have a project that you need to get done, or you're an IT professional or a developer, or if you plan to eventually do some freelancing work with Microsoft Power Apps, I am literally the only person you need to accomplish your goals. Spreadsheets and all the old ways of doing things are becoming redundant, and the people who are able to build Power Apps are going to accelerate their professional career so much faster than everyone else who's okay being average. I have over 20 years experience as a software developer and have been working in Power Apps for over 3 years. We have lots of course material for you, but if you're eager to accelerate your expertise with Power Apps at a much faster pace and want to work directly with me, this is what me and my team are going to do for you. Number one, we're going to figure out exactly what projects and skills you're working on and the overall end goal. Number two, we're going to get clear on exactly what data sources are needed for your projects. If it's a particular project with a deadline, we're going to work with you to make sure that you meet that deadline. And number four, we're going to work with you to make sure that you master the platform. So not only can you finish any projects that you're currently working on, but the projects that come up in the future. And you might want to take those skills and become a freelancer in the future. If that sounds like something that you're interested in and you want to expedite the process of being able to build apps that can literally be used for years, and you want to be an important asset to your organization and any future companies you work for, click the button below and we can have a 15-minute chat about what you're needing and how we can help.
All right, that was perfect timing. Let's see here. All right. Let's open this back up. Why does it ask me if I want to paste? That's weird. Allow all the edits. Sure. So with Perplexity, oh, it's going to make me sign in. That's okay. 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 ChatGPT 5 is pretty good. What is going on? Are these commands? Restart Windows. Oh, yeah. I remember having to do that with WSL. Okay. Yeah. See if there's a WSL. Virtual machine platform. It is checked off. Okay. And Windows Hypervisor. Also check Hyper-V. All right. Okay. So we don't have to mess with that right now. What I do want to do you don't have Node installed. Oh, but I do. I was taking care of this in here. Okay. It claims that it's verified it. It says that sometimes when it doesn't. I did option 2. Now, while it's working on that, let's try that. Try their option 1. Okay, to its credit, it did. Ultra think. IDE. Okay, now I'm going to close down all these whatevers. I am sort of curious if the Git bash is going to work now. I'm going to do exit, and I want to do the dangerously I forgot the command. How to run Claude in YOLO. I wish they would have called it just YOLO. Here's a fun fact for you. Every punctuation mark is a token. Tokens are usually like maybe how to is one token. This might be one token. You can think of it like a token per word, but that's not really accurate. But just one punctuation mark. So some people don't even use punctuation marks at all. There it is. All right. I'm going to go create a doc on that. Claude YOLO mode. I'm going to do a commit. I'm going to exit. Oh, that's weird. Yes, okay. So here, yeah. There was something I had to run right before it. That's a good prompt. All right, let's see. Bro, it's been installed the whole freaking time. Just FYI. It just thinks it's going to work. I believe is an environment variable issue. But let's look through this. No, that's not going to work. That's not. That's right now. That's what I have to do to get it to work. So I'll make sure I have that. There we go. So I'm going to take these two things, copy, create a new terminal window, right click. Dun, 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 dun. There we go. I still wanted to fix it permanently. I use the set X command to properly set. Okay, now close this terminal, open a fresh, and use Claude. This is where I need a stress ball to throw against the wall. So sometimes I step up. What happened? There we go. So in a terminal window, if your cursor is right up against the left side and you use the up arrow, it will just go to the last one that you used. You, my friend, are a liar with your pants on fire. For real. Ultra think. You're absolutely right. Wow. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to have these two things handy. You know what I should show you is what happens when it works right. While those things are working. So what I do, I'm in Windows. I use Linux. My laptop over here runs Linux, and I'm going to connect to that host. Its name is Alienware Linux. Close down this other one. Looks like it's on. Diagnosed with Copilot. It's really weird. Let me make sure it's actually running. Okay. So check this out. So if I say, I've configured the heck out of this for when I'm working. I just do CC for Claude code. It updates Claude code. It updates documentation. So it has that. It gives me a menu. And I can like hit 1, enter, and it will uncheck 1. You know, so you got full control over how this is going to go. Opus 4.1 is the best model. I just have to hit enter, and here we go. So I can have it do all kinds of stuff, and it's going to bypass the permissions. And I've got a command called _u, Ultra Think Deep Analysis. Now, what I want you to look at is all my tokens, because it's going to jump up to the tens of thousands very quickly. See, it's activated. Now it does something weird. I got something weird configured here that it does all this vertical spacing. So let me see if I got my PowerFX. Nah, let's. No, it's everything's in source. Okay, here we go. MS app PAC extract. Ah, yes. Let's open that up. Okay, there we go. All right. I always get rid of this guy. Nope, I don't want that. Okay, this is where I'll say I don't see a Claude file in the root. So this is where I'm going to say init. I want to use the Microsoft PAC CLI tool. Can you help me? You see how I'm already up to 23,000 tokens? Because it's in smart mode. What I'm going to do is I'm going to zoom out a little bit. First, let me see what's available on your system and create a plan. So let's go over to extensions, and let's say PAC CLI. Let's type Power Apps, Power Platform Tools. This has, I think this is like a grouping of settings that this extension has PAC in it. Okay, so I'm going to install that. If you're into Power Pages, boom, here's the Power Pages helper. And the reason why it's got to get me logged in is because it needs to know what tenant I'm in. Of course, we have to authenticate. Okay. I have authenticated. What? Guys, if you ever want to ensure that nothing works, do a live stream. NuGet package. I've never had an issue installing this. I'm going to go over here and make sure I got the right icons. There we go. What is Claude doing for me over here? Oh, it's over here installing the PAC CLI. That's great. You see, because I have this bypass permissions on, it just keeps working. I don't got to babysit it. All right. So I am going to type in Power Apps again. And then down, I guess the preview has some dependency issues. Power Platform Extension Pack. Oh, look at this. Power Platform connectors. PCF Builder. Yeah, I think I'm going to install all that. Some good stuff. And what's nice about this is we're not dealing with PowerShell. We're in a Linux system. We're up to 50,000 tokens. Now let's see what else we have in here that might help us. There's a Power Apps helper. I think there's some overlap here. Power Apps Portal, local development. Okay. Shades of purple. Huh, that looks cool. Dataverse DevTools. Connects to your Dataverse environment. All right. For now, I'm going to... It's working. All right. All right. While that's going, I'm going to try to figure this out. Okay. So I wanted both of those to run together. Let me do that. Create another one. And there we go. Yes, I accept. Okay. And I hope this figures out my path problem. So you'll find that you a lot of times want to create more than one of these, because you'll have one thing going off and doing something and you want to do something else while it's busy. Wow, it is. Yeah, I wish I had started this in YOLO mode. Okay, create a Claude bat. Oh, that's crazy. Pontificating. No, I'm not sure. Oh my goodness. You're killing me, Smalls. Okay. Let's test it out ourselves. So it's Claude Bat. So I'm sure I should be able to do this. I want to see if I can install Gemini. See, it's the same problem. I'm going to share that with this guy. I get the same issue with Gemini. It works. Really. Nope. Let me try the version. Nope. You, sir, are a liar. Perfect. Both NPM and Claude work when the path is loaded correctly. Okay. I'm going to go over. I'm going to go look at this computer's advanced settings. Hi. Here we go. Environment variables. Okay. There we go. So these AI tools are able to look at images and figure out what's going on. And something I'm gonna conclude the live stream at 5 p.m. and I might do a live stream tomorrow, so we can actually get to the fun part, the exciting part, that everything I wanted to cover today, and maybe even some of the C# stuff that was suggested. New repo. This is the one. And what I do is I create a folder in here called .look. Let me take out the dot. That usually causes problems. I usually give it a number, so it's easy to reference. Okay, so now let's see what's down here. See, the thing is, I don't see NPM listed here. Like, it needs to be in there. Oh my goodness. I don't even trust it. I don't believe anything it says now. So I'm going to say at look 001. Shouldn't we have npm in there? I'm just going to say, you're absolutely right. Why didn't I think of that? Look at that. Yes, you're absolutely right. I can see your path. Blah, blah, blah. NPM, it should be blah, blah, blah. It's missing from the path. Oh. The PowerShell profile I created should fix this. I believe nothing you say. Tell me step by step. Make sure the appropriate environment variables are set up right. You're absolutely right. Guiding user through manual path setup. Okay, in the bottom, find path and edit. Okay. roaming npm. Okay, so I guess I'm supposed to say let's use this path. And we'll say, yeah, there's no npm. Oh, that's not even turned on. Oh. Oh, bottom. Sort of messed that up. And delete, new, paste. New. There's nothing about Git in there. Okay, so that's down there in path. My wife is texting me. All right. In the top, find path. There's path, and we'll edit it. Roaming npm. Okay, so that one's there. And that one is there. Okay. Shoo. Oh my goodness. Oh man. Incredible. Okay, what did we do here? So this is MS App Pack Extract. Gee whiz. Let's see, right? Resolution on that looks awful. Okay, this is what I want to do. I want to connect to my Power Platform environment and download all MS App files from it. How to do. I guess, create a interactive PowerShell script with text menus with members to select. Let's see what it does for me here. So I'll show you when you do Claude code. Today is, where's mine? Yeah, today's the 6th. So today has been a light day. So the max plan either costs $100 or $200 a month, and you're getting your value from that. You're getting lots of value. Just wanted to show you guys that. Let's see what this thing has to say. Oh, it's still wondering. Okay, yeah, that might take it a little bit of time. And I'm going to take the space out of Power Apps. Power Apps Code Compare. Okay, that looks sort of cool. Reboot. Yeah, you're probably right, Ray. Yeah, I'm going to reboot. Okay. I need to make sure nothing is working on this. Okay, so document this whole chat as a markdown file in AI chats. And I should probably copy that. And we really didn't do anything there. So as soon as it's done documenting that, oh, what's this guy doing? Now let's start closing down stuff. Okay. Do that. I'm going to close this guy down. Commit. Sync. I wonder if this thing will come up if I hit open. Nope. Maybe that will work once we reboot. I might need to give this more memory. It seems to be doing okay. The CPU isn't doing too bad. Okay. Super Power Apps. We are done with that. However, I like to pin things that I'm going to work with a lot. Okay. Yeah, I think we're good on that. Restart. And while that's doing that, we could bring up. Could we do here? We'll give it a moment at least. And then we'll check up on this guy. Yeah, I'm going to install that. Easy Launcher. Download MS apps. What? Okay, so it created it. I've created a comprehensive interactive PowerShell script with numbered menu options for downloading. Okay. Main interactive. Okay, so let's run this. Okay. And when I'm like, if it does a script for me like this, I'm going to run it inside of Claude Code so it can see how I'm using it. And if it blows up, it'll just go right into fixing it. Now, in order to execute a PowerShell, I should have hit /script name, but what? No. // shenaniganing. Yeah, I'll run the PowerShell script for you because I gave it the dot and the /. Okay, now I'm going to check up on my virtual machine Docker image. What? Okay, let me bring up Docker. By the way, yes, I do know my username and password is here. That might be a security threat if you ever are inside my house on my Wi-Fi, if the thing is running. But this is a Docker file where you can define things. I can run Windows XP, Windows 7, Windows 8. Isn't that cool? I thought that was cool. So now I'm going to go back to my stacks and I'm going to go find Windows. Okay, I know it's running. Here are the log files. Let's see what's going on. said it started successfully. Maybe I just didn't give it enough time. So there's two ways of connecting. One is from that link right there, 8006. One, 2, 7, 806. Okay, I already have it running there. Ooh. Look at that. This site looks suspicious. Come on, man. This is a dev Docker container I'm trying to connect to. Include the screenshot. Sure. So I wonder if I can send a... You know what I will do? Restart. Okay, I'm going to go down and look at the logs to see if it's actually doing anything at all. I got to go up to compose. It's waiting for Windows to shut down. Really? That's ridiculous. I'm going to stop the stack. Gee whiz. I mean, I should be able to restart that there. Ugh. Kill. I didn't like that. Start the stat. All right, so what I'm going to do is look at the logs. Okay, while it's booting, I'm going to go back to this guy and we'll see. I'm going to get rid of this. Okay. It's a little bit too much. Manage authentication. Yeah, it sounds like something that we would need to do right away. It's vibing. Mm-hmm. This one is actually really good. Also, look at PowerFX. There's a PowerFX interpreter. Okay, so we have that. So if you think about it, you could take all the code from your app.formulas and modify it, because sometimes that formulas, and it gets really long and unruly. I cannot interact with the running script since it requires real-time input. Okay, well, I guess I'll have to... Okay. I'm going to create a new window here. And what I'm going to do is say... What's crazy is I had it create a PowerShell, and I'm on Linux. Do we have PowerShell installed here? I guess what I could do is just run this thing, and we'll find out really quick if we have it. Wow, that didn't help me out. Download MS app, extract, compact. Permission denied. Run downloader.sh. Ew. What? Oh, okay. Manage authentication. Yeah, create a new authentication. Browser-based, enter your Power Platform environment URL. Okay. Environment URL. Now, how you get that is you go to the environment. Go into the admin center. Go into environments. They've switched everything up on us. And the environment Sandbox Git. And I'm gonna, there it is. There it is, right there. And if I click on it, oh, what's your ETA? Before shoo. And that was just a little test. Okay. So I'm going to right click and paste. Enter name for this profile. Why not Darren? Okay. Oh, it's already done. Enter to continue. Do 4 to go back. Select the environment. Let's get rid of that. Let's. Oh no, didn't want to do that. The URL from above, like really? Okay, it's gonna be. That needs to be improved. I'm going to screenshot it and show what it looks like. Okay, we've connected to it. Enter to continue. Now what are we going to do? Download Canvas apps. I'm going to do 4, but I want to try 3 first just to see what it's like. It's going to give me an app list that's going to look awful, I'm sure. No, this looks great. Look at all those apps. And that's just one of my environments. No Canvas apps found in this environment. Are you kidding me? You just listed them all out. I'm going to have to screenshot that. And do that. All right, hit enter. All right. Batch download. Ooh, let's do 5. We need to configure the download directory. All right. So let's go. What was my project name? MS PAC extract. Okay. So we got downloads. Can I create a new folder? We'll call this do cellular8or.com. I think. Let me check that. Aha, look at that. This is what I'm looking for. DoAccelerator.com. I think I'm going to take the .com off. All right. So we got that. I'll copy that as a relative path. No, dot. Okay. Isn't this cool? Now this is the fun stuff. I've been wanting to back up all my MSAT file over the 3 or so tenants I manage. Configure download directory. Okay, so let's batch it all. Show current settings. Well, what are my settings? What? Index kind? Huh, that's interesting. Home Darren bin pack tools pack. Okay, download. I guess this all looks good. All right, press and continue refresh environment list. No. Now we're going to do the batch download. Oh, no apps found. Are you kidding me? There's, well, that's a bug. Otherwise, it didn't do a bad job. So I want to list out. Number 3 did that. Yeah. And it says no Canvas apps found. That is hilarious. So now I'm going to exit. And I'm going to go back up here. Okay. We have bugs. Where is it putting? All my screenshots. I will ask Claude Code. Where does Ubuntu store its screenshots I take? Maybe I should do it again and see if there's any. No, it doesn't tell me at all. It has to moonwalk to figure it out. Pictures, screenshots. Okay, that makes sense. Let's get that. I'll tell it, look at the ones from the day. Ultra thing. Oh. I might have to tell it the specific one. Yeah, even though are clearly apps listed, this is a parsing issue. I can see the complete bug. By the way, the screen probably looks blurry. It's blurry for me too. And I think it might have to do with I'm using an app called Rust Desk. Maybe that it will be better. Let me see if I can get rid of that. Ugh. There we go. And my wife might start yelling at me here in a little bit, so I might have to finish this up soon. I need to fix the parsing. Okay, it's identified. So this is where it's changing code, and the red is stuff that it's replacing, and the blue stuff is what it's putting in instead of it. So imagine if this was your Canvas app. You just say, that doesn't look right, and then it goes off and fixes it. While it's working on this, we've got a lot of stuff going on here. All right. My wife's going to be upset if I don't end this now. We've been going for over 5 hours. Yeah, almost 5.5 hours. So hopefully you guys found this interesting and that you're come in, Can you give me a second? Hopefully you're looking forward to the next one. Thanks, guys.